Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Howdy, everyone. Hey, Scott. Hey, Greenbeard. Dr. Dave, welcome. Hey, Rod. Hi, Greenbeard. Hey, Bill. Hey, Queasy Diver and Tuxedo. Hey, Shrimp Father. Hey, Maganati. What else do we have? Brain Twist and Steve. Thunder Keys, welcome. Hey, Kenneth. Hey, John and Luke. Aetherling. Hey, Kittrell. Hey, Zybertech. Hey, Penguin Makers and Derek. I'm going to be VOD today. My salutations. Why? Okay, there we are. Now I can see the whole thing. Have a good day today, Derek. Hey, Keith. Hey, MacBoy. Hey, RJ. Okay. We're back on the, make sure everything's good here. Ooh, little delayed start, but hey, Bear Cool, welcome. Hi, Icon and Cliff. Hey, Clownhammer. Hey, Wick Central and Corey. Hey, Jeff. Anybody going? This is a prototype mug. Here, I'll hold it this way. That's better. Hey, Neil. How are you? Just listening? Okay. Last time, I showed a thumbnail of the bottom of the printer, and we never even touched the bottom of the printer. Not really. So this time, I showed a picture of the bottom of the printer, and we're not going to start with the bottom of the printer. So, I found some things with the ant head tool head that I had missed before, so we're going to cover that first. So I think it's important. Oscar and Felix are around, but I'm doing the door open. We'll let them come and go as they please, see how that works out. We shall see. So what I ran into last time was I noticed that the tool head had its chin jutted out a bit, and it didn't seem right. Need to figure out what was going on. So later, found out that along with all the other parts updates for ant head to correct an offset issue that Hartk and company did, there was also supposed to be an X carriage update. So I needed to reprint the X carriage. Thumbnails should be cats. It's all about them. The thumbnails are cats when the cats decide to be in the shot when I'm taking it. My commitment, my goal is to never stage the cats in a picture. So I don't know how consistent that'll be, but I do not plan on staging it unless there's a very specific reason the stream calls for it or whatever. Every stream calls for it, but you know what I mean. The cats don't have a button board. Yeah. Hey, Bob. Welcome. Hey, Jack. Okay. So let me go through this because we're gonna have to. Fortunately, all the wiring is done for the ant head. I don't have to change any of that. Any little bits that I changed, I've already done. And the only change, not that one, that's the CAD. The only change is I decided to go with the nozzle LEDs because I think the implementation and mount for them is kind of a trick. So I printed out the soldering guide, just did that before stream. That mod and guide, let me get things here. Here's a cool little, hey Brent. Hey Marcus. That's a little fixture for the LEDs, and I think this is the LED mod. So this is a user mod. So this it's a little for the standard flow. So hey Dana, welcome. Let everyone know, how's that V0 working for you? How's the V0 working for you? So this is a little printed part, and it fits inside the fan shroud. You don't even see it from the front. And once I realized you don't even see this thing from the front, I figured it was something cool to try. Gets held in by the fan. There's a couple little tabs in there. They're already there in the fan shroud. Pretty trick. So that's what we're doing. So this is from, does it say who made it? It does not. It just says it's a user mod. So, and then, hey buddy, there you go. It's become its go-to printer, yep. Okay, so I printed out the little jig and soldered in the appropriate length wires. And I did order a bunch of RGBW LEDs, so they're all RGBW. So this all should just pop out of here. Nemi made it, awesome. Thank you, Nemi. So that's gonna go there. This can go out of the way. Give us months of summer in the past week. Yeah, it's hot here. It's over 100. It's supposed to be over 100 for 4 days straight here. Yeah. So what was happening is when I had the printer, and I know I'm just kind of demonstrating here, and I set a straight edge here, and against the tool head, it was tilted out at the bottom by quite a bit. When I look at this right now, the front face on the carriage is not perfectly perpendicular to the printer either. So part of it is simply in the carriage, and it might be in something to do with the belts being pinched between the carriage and the MGN9 carriage there. I've tightened these down quite a bit. I also printed this in PPA CF from Sirayatech. So, and it's been annealed. So, lawns are not hot, yeah. So this is PPA CF. I need to break out the PPS CF and start playing with that. Now that I've got the printer set up to print those things. So that'll be coming. I'll be printing some stuff in the PPS here soon. Hey Laura, hey Sean, congrats on the new kitties. Does annealing make the part shrink? This did not shrink at all. I printed a Zoll main body tool head part for the gray Trident because that's what's been printing the PPS stuff. And that's a complex part with supports, everything. Annealed it, and it still went together without an issue. Even the little spots where the LEDs go in fit in just fine. I was amazed. So this was annealed at 100°C for 8 hours in my little lab oven here. Okay, so let's get into talking about the core issue here. And some of this might, let's pull this apart because we're not gonna use this. So let's pull there we go. Let's pull this apart. Grab some screwdrivers. Hey, Clifford. Size for that? Nope, I need a 1.5. There we go. Hey, Thomas. I've experienced zero shrinkage on any PPA or PPS, and I've done quite a, yeah. I have lots of questions on annealing. Daniel, Modbot, and I were on a call the other day, just chatting, hanging out, catching up, and we talked about annealing. And it's really confusing if you look at the annealing recommendations for PLA HT PLA, and the the information for things like PPS and PPA, where PLA, so if you look up the general guidelines for annealing thermoplastics, in general it says you should bring the plastic up to just below its glass transition temperature for an extended period of time and then cool down slowly. And which is contrary, well, it's in line with the recommendations you see for PPA and PPS, but it's contrary to what you see for HTPLA. HTPLA, they're saying like 100 to 125 C when its glass transition temperature is around 60 still, where PPS and PPA glass transition temperature is around 100, and you usually see recommendations between 100 and 125. Let me put this off to the side. So very confusing. This part is really hard to print. I've decided, I've noticed. It is a fairly massive part in terms of lots of plastic mass. At least the plastic mass to surface area ratio with thin parts is very poor. If you see here, this is quite warped. I should have noticed this. When you see artifacts like that on the side of your print, that's a clear indication that it has warped. Because what happens is it's printing fine, and then it warps, and then suddenly those layers there are extra squished and bulge out. And I should have noticed that before I installed this part. It's all about mixtures, but I'm still curious about the details there, Scott. So anyway, this part was far too warped. I shouldn't have put it on the printer. Components like this are too critical to say good enough. So I printed this one and this one and this one, all in an attempt to see where the warping, what I could do about the warping. Oh, and I printed this one. I did all this last night. This is the regular file just printed in the ASA glass fiber that the rest of the printer is printed in. This isn't PPS or PPA or whatever. Straight out of the files, this one looks really good, but I was aiming for 0 warping, and there is a tiny bit, especially this part, which I don't think matters as much. It's really about this surface, making sure these areas are all perfectly perpendicular to the to here. It was close. I wanted to see if I could do better. So I went into the CAD and I deleted all of the build plate facing chamfers, which we put in to help with any little bit of elephant's foot or whatever, but I wanted to maximize the surface area. And it's about the same as that one, not a huge difference. It's almost perfect, but I was looking for perfect. So I tried these. I threw a big mouse ear, basically. Pretty funny looking mouse ears on the end, and you can even see where the stress is of these trying to pull up. And this one is pretty good. This is probably very usable. Little bit of, you see that little bit of lift on this tab. And this is all a well-prepared sheet with Vision Miner Nano NPA on it. And then this one is just a regular brim, and it turned out just fine. So this is one we're gonna use. It's a brim. I cleaned it up, deburred it. But considering that this has a little bit of tilt, I don't expect to fix the tilt with this, but I want it to be as good as possible when we're putting it together. So with that, we can get some heat sets in here and get this reassembled, and then get on with the get on with the underdeck wiring. So let's get some. Let's go. I do experience my first blob at death this week. First one in 6 years. That's pretty good, Thomas. Hey, RJ. Oh, well, that was not the best idea. Okay. Let's get this thing on here real quick. Just 2 quick heat sets. I think I'm pretty set on heat sets for the rest of the stuff. Hey, Kyle. Okay. Heat sets in there. Oh, the other thing I modified on it is I added 0.1 millimeters of extra clearance around the hot end flange mount there. Here, let's get that out of here. There we go. It's still a bit of a snap fit into there, but it's better than it was. I think the file should probably needs a tweak. Oh, and I already reamed out the hole here to 4 millimeters. So let's get all this stuff back together. Hey, Marcel. Hey, pop away. Okay, so that's together. This thing away. Okay. Go. There we go. Okay, now we need to, when we're putting this together, I'm gonna make sure all of my wire and paths, oops, not quite ready. Gotta put the front fan on. Gotta put the fan on. Forgot about that. And these are the easy to strip stainless 1.5 millimeter head. Wow, it's really iffy. Just putting a lot of pressure just to try to keep that, go, just to tight. Hey, Robin. Hey, Jack. There we go. Fan on. Then tuck onto the channel here. That. Bill, thank you for the gift of memberships. I am prepping for Orange County Maker Fair next. Bill's gonna be there. Who else is gonna be there? Okay, so now everything coming up the channels I want. And then we gotta, oh, you went flying. Yeah. Gotta get this on here with everything staying in place. Making sure, especially making sure we don't pinch that Revo PZ wire. Rushmere. Yep. Everything still wiggles. So. Hey, Murph. Okay, so then that is all tightened down. Look at this. I don't know if we'll be able to see. I think we're still going to have a little bit of a tilt. Let's move it back here. Yeah, there's a very obvious tilt there. I don't know how to fix that because it originates in the carriage. So I don't think we can do anything about that. But it would be an interesting thing to look at. Potentially a different, maybe one of the different belt attachment carriages might be a possibility. Hey, Luke. Favorite YouTube channels, having to watch the, oh yeah. For sure. Okay. And I'm just gonna look at this real quick and make sure there isn't anything I'm missing. It's just, everything's tight, everything's in the right spot. There's just that tilt, which is bugging me, but gotta keep moving. Hey, Ryan. Maybe the belt attachment clearances are too shallow. It could be. I spent extra time tightening down the belts. I feel like the only way to change it would be to loosen the top, and I don't want to loosen it. So I think it is what it is. So we're going to leave it right there and say it's okay. So now we got this guy, which has the LED stuff. Now I had put some super glue in the corners here, right in the way of our little LED holder. So I scraped that out and I put some a little further up just to get it, make sure this thing doesn't rattle. That's because this was a relatively loose fit in there. So, Andrew, thanks for the super chat. The part might need modification, Tuxedo. You're right. Very true. Okay, so we've got this guy. Little shield. We got this, and then a little clip that holds the LEDs in. So maybe we'll start on the end. So these go in. So if we look at the LED mod page, nozzle LEDs, we've got, they did a little rigid pins for this. Oh. Hey, looky there. I got a daddy long leg coming down. You can go away. Oscar, you're not doing your job. Get the spider. Hey, look. You see it? You gonna go after it? Oh, he sees it. RJ, thanks for the gift of memberships. Any chance the rails is canted? Well, let's see. I think we can kind of check that. If the rail is canted, it means the extrusion would be as well. So we can check that. And it is not. It is perfectly perpendicular to the thing. But good call, Brent. Hey, Dark Dog. I don't know if there's it's a spider fun to contribute to. I don't know. I grew up, black widows are very common where I grew up. Spiders don't bug me too much. Okay. Oops, not that one, this one. Okay, so all the solder joints turned out pretty fantastic. So I have not test fit this. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was showing the wire routing. So this comes out the side. Goes in there, it doesn't really show, but the LED solder fixture had a good picture of the routing. A lot less than the bitey things that they eat. Yeah. Exactly. So here's a good picture of what we're aiming for wire routing. It's going to tuck in. There's just enough room on the side between the fan and the side, because there's room in here, I guess, for a 30-10 fan or something. What is, maybe I'm mistaken. I thought someone said there was room for a bigger, or originally it was designed for a bigger fan. That's it. It's originally designed for a bigger fan. So with the revision for the smaller, there is there's room. So if this is going to go in here, we're going to come up this side, we're going to go in like this. Those are going to stand there. Take this on the end and bring the wires together and bend them at a sharp angle right there. Like that. And then this guy, this is kind of clever. There's a little tab, a hole there, and then the other side of this tucks into the spots over there. So I think just get this in here like this, push that, shift those around. Oh, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Is it? Maybe a little bit more. Screwdriver and shift things around in here. There we go. I think that's right. You know what the bug that bugs me the most? The bug that bothers me the most are potato bugs. They have always bothered me. Okay, what's going on is I think this needs to go under there. There we are. See that? It's all the way in there. This one, see, it's pushing out there. This needs to go down, and then this tucks over the top. That one went in there, I think. What we got? Ah, I just broke it. I just broke it. See, broke the plastic. I'm gonna leave it. No, I'm not. I have two. I printed spares. That was the test run. That was the test run. I have a spare. Where's do I have a spare? Yep. I have a full set of spares. You mean the beetle looking ones or the ones that look like weird crickets? The weird cricket ones. The weird cricket ones here. Those. These guys. Beady little eyes. They're far too glossy. Those have always creeped me out. Not those. Those. Look at that thing. There were a lot of those where I was growing up too. Okay, let's go one more try. If I break this one, then we'll go super glue route. I'm gonna completely break that. Get this just so I can get it apart quicker. Okay, same thing. Same thing, but with 100% less breakage. That's the goal. So all of these go in there, and that's all sitting in fine. Here, something we could look at. Could make sure that there's no, oh yeah, see? A little bit of filament right there. Let's make sure everything's cleared out. Make sure any little droopies are gone. Think that is creepy. You should look up the Salpugid. I have never been bitten by one of those. Never been anything. It's just the look of them have always bugged me. Okay, that's pretty good. This guy. Go. Needle files are my favorite tool for 3D. Oh yeah. Okay. This is gonna go in there. This goes there. And this. Goes in there. And all the way down. All the way down. There we go. I felt it go on. There. Now it's in. A little bit bent in, but it'll be fine, I think. So then we want to put this guy in here. It sits up in there. And this is going to bend basically straight out. that. And what's going to be the easiest way? This is going to come off to the side here. Come down the side. Let's try putting this in first. And then all these wires. That's right, I had to untwist them a little bit, make it easier to go down in there. And then I was able to retwist them, and now that kind of locks them in. Hey, Steven. So now, this goes up the side there. Oh, and there's a little pocket there. So we'll make sure the wire is going through there. Pocket up right in here. This comes in here. There we go. Now we'll push this over here, hopefully. I think all of those just kind of through there is fine. I don't think Zoll was even, oh, well, on my second, I've redone Zoll a couple of times because I put the PPACF carriage or main body on it. There we go, we'll try that. Might have to go all the way down to the bottom, but we'll see if this will go on now. I don't think this was painful, not at all. It's just making sure you know where all the wires are. This guy should go on here. We'll be looking to see. Is that it? Yeah, I think so. You can see the wires right there. They're not being pushed back, which means they went around the fan. I think we're good. I think we're good. Back on this. So putting this guy in. Same thing over here. Okay, all the wires are good. Now we can get our PTFE through here. Before we had a fun time getting that through. Yep, we're gonna have more of a fun time. Maybe it's loosen these. We had a real bear of a time with this last time. It's so close. I don't know what the actual holdup is. get that to go through. It took a bit last stream as well. Where is it actually? Yeah, it's right there into that. That's my... I'm not gonna actually do just straight in. Yeah. Where is the... Why is it so offset? Why? I can't really see very well. Let's see if I can chamfer this a little bit, but just kind of... Make sure I don't leave any bits and pieces. That's frustrating. Okay, so I'm going to take the nozzle out. Push this where it needs to be. Then we're just going to gently run this through. Yeah. Reamers are wonderful tools to have on your bench. Now I got to make sure I didn't leave anything in there. It is just plastic that can be printed, but all the way up so I can do this. There. Now, hopefully there's nothing through there. Hey there, Ranch Kid. This back down into the area. And then, look at that. There we go. Put the nozzle back on. Jim Lovell. That would be someone that's had an amazing life. A long, amazing life. Yes. Hey, Leonard. Okay, that's done. So now we're going to... I guess. This, or are they shorter? Let's try these. What? Those. Sure, we're grabbing the, hooking the fan on the bottom. There we go. Forgot to write down what's the name of that orange. It's in the description. It's, shoot, I forget the specific name. They don't sell it yet. They sell it as something, they call it something else in their matte version of the filament. Helix orange or something like that. This is Forged Sunset Orange is what Zorencho calls this. Only called my orange cat Oscar once instead of Orion. That's okay. Occasionally I slip and call this guy Charlie. Okay, that is that. Now I think it's going to be easier to put the, and this is a good view of the little mount I did for the PZ board. I'm pretty proud of that, considering it was a first try. All of these go down through the middle here, so this can go. Hey, don't knock it. Oh, and while we're, oh no, before we get to the next part, it goes up through the middle there. I think that's okay. I'm not going to tighten those yet. Before I forget again, because I'm good at that, we are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament as usual, as well as a colony clacker door kit that we'll be installing on this. No. Oh, come on. You gotta go that way. Should have made this route before I put in these other wires, but Leonard, thank you for becoming a member. Hope it comes out clean with the wiring. Get this around. Oh, so close. There we go. And close the door. There. A little fragile ribbon cable. Make sure we don't damage it. There we go. This guy can, oh, nope. Now we got to get the, I don't think we can avoid getting the tool head on now. So, or extruder. You know, Garot, on the road today watching. Wait, you can, thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Go in there and make sure as we're putting this down in here, we're not pinching anything. Go. Oh, as we're putting it down in there, we're not pinching anything. Those wires out of the way. It's there. Bill, thanks for being a member for 39 months. Gotta go all. See you, John. Okay, now this guy. Now this one over here, because it's going into the slotted for the standoff, I'd put a washer on it, just like the other side. Because that's, since the stepper twisting is the adjustment for the mesh with the Bondtech gears, my little mount over here for the PZ accounts for the full movement of the stepper. Okay, now this guy can go on. Those print head parts are metal or ABS. It's all either ASA or ABS. Except the carriage is now, the X carriage is now PPA CF. Annealed PPA CF. While we're here, let's sneak this guy. What was that? I dropped something, made a lot of noise. Is it a screwdriver? Is it a reamer? What was it? Heard it. Oh, yep, reamer. Questionable choices. Thanks for being a member. Speaking of that PZ mount, is that available to download? It will be, Stephen. I was talking last stream. A change or a tweak I'm going to make is I'm going to redo my GitHub so that the I'm going to organize by stream. That way, instead of trying to figure out what folder I put something in, if you know what stream I covered it on, it'll have a folder in there, and anything that I use during that stream will be, well, darn it. No, never mind. Okay. Whew. I was going to say, I thought I forgot a heat set, but nope. That should go right there. So we're not pinching any wires. Nope. That's not the screw for that. I think it was actually this one. That's not the screw for that. I was going to say that went all the way through and then just kind of spun. And I don't think it was stripped. It's the wrong, I think it was the wrong screw. Jack, thanks for becoming a member. From camera, it looks like metal. The orange or the what? Because that was the idea behind this orange. Is Zorencio really wanted a good match for anodized aluminum. There we go. That tightened down. You could also have the files in a general spot on a markdown file for each stream and link back to the files. It would help prevent having the same file several times in your repo. Well, the plan is to have notes. So I think it'll be easier for folks to go to a folder with a stream. And then if I'm reusing a file from a previous stream, I'll just put a note in there with a link to it. Couldn't find your jig for switch wire enclosure taping on your GitHub. It's probably on the Voron user mods. So go to my folder on the Voron user mods repo and you'll find it, Matt. I know things are scattered. That's a problem we have in general in this hobby, right? Things get scattered. Information for any given build ends up being in who knows how many different places. It is just one of those things. Hey, Jeff. Okay, now we can start going through here and figuring out where everything goes. Start with the hot end or the heater. Will the folder be by data stream or by build project? It would be by series. So this would be like the Micron folder. I don't know. If we start thinking about it too much, it's never going to happen. Because I get lost in the what ifs. And excuse me. Warm. What I was going to do is, do I have nope, that's schematic. I don't want schematic. I want the manual. Nighthawk 36. I just want to. Where's the manual? Images? Is there at least a pinout? Come on. I clicked on images. Why aren't you going? What are you clicking? Are you pushing something? Yes, you were. Here we go. Pinout. This is what I wanted. Okay. Hey, Skyrim. Okay, so hot end thermistor. Between these two, it was kind of hard to see on the board. I just wanted to make sure I was going to plug into the right spot. So this guy goes here. Something I have noticed, and I kind of want to play with here, these 2-pin JST PHs, especially when they're of unknown original origin, these little tabs, the little locking feature to hold them onto the connector, make them nearly impossible to remove without just pulling the whole board apart. So I'm just doing a little tiny little trim on that to see if it helps. The 3-pins don't seem to have the same problem. That is the hot end, right? Yeah. Hot end fan, RGB port, hot end fan. Should be this one, right? Why does that not plug in? Why does that not go in the right direction? That's hot end fan. What's that one? The RGB should be tucked up into here. And wires up underneath the Christoph, thanks for becoming a member. Hey, Drago. Those who are reading, listening to sci-fi, and just finished the book Solitude. Never heard. There we go. Okay. So this one is the RGB. RGB is right here. Now the thing that's got me a little confused is this one is bent the wrong way to just plug in. What is this? Oh, hot end fan. That's why, because it plugs in over here. See? I'm looking at the way that this is bent. This wire is formed, and it wouldn't plug in right there. What is that one? That is the probe. Okay, that's why. So this naturally goes over here. And this one, we took it, that's right, we ran it under here. And this one plugs in right there. There we go. Very nice. Benny, how's it going? This guy plugs in there. Almost done. That goes like that, and zip ties. And then in only an hour, we'll be caught up to where we were last week. And snip. This side. Right like that. Like that. And snip. Okay. Hey, Liz. Back to pretty much the cleanest tool head wiring. Everything tucks really nicely. 48 days. No, not 48 days. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see if this is any improved at all. It appears to be improved from where the tilt was before. It's not gone, but I think it's a little better. You can kind of see the tool head tilt there. I think the carriage is where the source is. This is a PZ, yep. And this, I really like this because it's very accessible, but it's still tucked out of the way. Nothing's hanging off. I can get to the little button to adjust the sensitivity, and I can see the status LEDs. LDO switch wire recently finished my first build, and your series was life-saving. Awesome, I'm glad to hear that. Seeing tinker and this random tail just starts flickering. Yeah. Okay. Is that where we left off? That is where we left off. So this is on. That is done with 100% more nozzle LEDs. Okay, so last week we were working on the underbed wiring now, and grab all the bits and pieces for that. Okay, so I printed on the box turtle some fancy covers for the filter stuff. My favorite probe as well. I saw there was another tool head supporting it now too. Awesome. So all of these parts. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how these turned out. I did have my first box turtle problem, but it wasn't really box turtle. It was for adjustment on my filament cutter. It lasted a long time, but it wasn't quite, didn't quite have enough movement. At a certain point, it almost cut through a piece of filament, and then when it retracted that, it broke off in the hub. So I had to pull the printer or the box turtle partially apart to clear it. I've since adjusted that and it's back to printing just fine. But thanks for the video last week. Turned out to be a great reference for Anthead. Awesome. And how you doing, Ella? It was a work of beauty. Just wish the extruder part was designed to be a bit more symmetrical. Oh, this part? Yeah. Well, that just depends on what you're putting up there. I'm missing one more part for that. Missing one more part. Do I have both grills? Yeah, both grills. Okay, so let's maybe move that all the way back. I think this will be good. So the stack up of the parts is, where is that? So this, the filter, the media cartridge goes there. And on the back, that's the fan module. Now behind that, this was the part that was intended to go here. And that would go in there. But I didn't really like the wiring setup. So the way this is supposed to work is you have your fan positive voltage in, 24 volts or 5 volts or whatever your fans are powered at. And then the signal wire for the bed fans and signal wire for the filter fans. These are 2-pin Wagos, and it just seemed like there was going to be too much that you'd have to splice together outside of this little connector setup. So I came up with this. So this was going to directly replace this and was going to use these little splicer PCBs. So one there for the filter fan and a 3-position one for the bed fans. And then that was gonna go here. Oh, and I made it to where it actually slots in like the other one. And then a separate piece for the AC, for the bed wiring and the thermistor. And this would go off to the side. And this just ended up being way too long, not very elegant. I didn't like it. So I went back to the drawing board and made this. So I, in order to get clearance and access for the JSTs, I put them at a 45-degree angle. Going straight up, the wires were gonna rub against the bottom of the bed potentially. So, and then I took a page from, I don't know if it's LDO or who actually designed it, but I cut my heat set and fastener count in half by putting in a slot on the side of the part, and these just go in there and you only need one screw to hold these in. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm pretty pleased with this. There is a gigantic flaw in my setup here though. All these right here are from LDO. These come in the V2 and Trident kits for LED wiring, stuff like that. This comes for, on the Trident, it comes for the bed thermistor connector. Chamois at XR Bunker makes the LDO kit, comes with a Gucci little PCB with all the connectors on it. Nice. Chamois makes, this little Ziploc needs to go away. That Ziploc is done. If I can't open it quickly, then it's gone. A clone of the LDO ones. So you can get these. The problem is you can't get the slim 3-position one. So I suggested to Chamois that it would be a cool thing to have available. But I was making coffee. Did you remember the top screw from the back into the tool head? I did. Yep. So anyway, with this, I can put the other one in here, and then I added a couple of wire management zip tie spots here. For my build here, which admittedly this is not the LDO kit, so it is going to be, some of these things are going to be custom. I think this is going to work out really well. But yeah, that's the whole little setup for all the wiring for the bed and under heater fan setup. So for that, I need to figure out how this thing goes together. And there, we're gonna go to the cat. And I have a separate, because I was working on this, I'm gonna pull out the CAD for just the Fabrico has the 3 out of stock, and they're a much larger PCB, huge dyno. So they're a much larger PCB than this. Hey, projects. The particular filament I'm using is in the description there. It's Sun Forged Orange, or Forged Orange Sunset. It's a custom color from Fusion. They make another version of it called Helix Orange or something that's slightly different but very similar. Make sure you said, I think I'm the original extra 19 volts person there, Steven. Don't make the same mistake I did with the PZ on the Nighthawk. Make sure you set the probe voltage jumper to 5 volts. Yes, I know very well what happens when you put an extra 19 volts through the PZ board. Hey, Joey. The black is Sirayatech glass fiber ASA. We are gonna do treats. Felix is not here, so he's gonna miss out. We are gonna do treats because this guy apparently really needs treats. Stay up here. We want to do it up here. There we go. Yep, they're over here. Yep. Nope, they're over here. Felix does not get the same enjoyment that Oscar does. Boy, I was going to bring the little churro things out here, but I forgot. You know what? That disappeared down your throat. Yes. That's my finger. That is my finger. Hey, You can lick, but don't bite. Okay, one more. One more. Are you ready? You sure? Maybe? Here. Here. The brain cell is cooking. No, you're done. You're done. You can lick it off. That's... Don't bite. You punch me? You punch me? Yep, there you go. There you go. Punches. I love the punches. Felix is around. I left the door open today, so they will come and go as they please. Is he good with claws? He's pretty good. He's getting better with age. Definitely getting better with age. And I am surprised that he does pretty good with not biting down on my finger. He's kind of testing. So. Okay, let's go back here. That was it. You got your treats. Now go lay down. Are there instructions specifically for this thing? How it goes together? Let's get the plenum lid off of here on both of these, just so we can see a little better. Oh, you know what? Am I missing a part? I see a part here. Magnet insert. Kevin here. Hey, Kevin. Kitty asking for a raise. Yeah. He does want more. Whatever. He gets pets. I may have forgot these. If these go in the cartridge, we're going to put the rest of this together. I can put these in next stream. That won't slow us down. But it looks like we can put the fan in there as a full thing. So let's see what I have out here for fans. I thought I had a fan with an extra short cable. I've got lots of fans. And we've got some screws we're supposed to put in ahead of time. Put the magnet screws in before you put the fan in. Yep, that's what I was. So if you look at this is kind of nice. 4 M3x8 button head cap screws first. And they go in, and do they just thread into plastic there? So that'll be interesting. So you're gonna want to not use stainless, because I'm guessing that that those go into the magnet. So here, let's get the cartridge out of the way. Yep. So those, those go through here into a little holder, and that's just what holds it on. So we're gonna just do some M3x8 button heads, and they need to be steel. They probably print in 5 minutes. No, because preheat times and everything. And me getting it set up to do that, it's just not worth it in the right now. So these go in here. So I like this, I do. That just threads into plastic and then bottoms out. And what'll happen is with the cartridge now, take the top off of here. This will poke into that hole that has the magnets in here, and that'll just kind of hold this in place. So what might be handy, maybe some tweezers here, because I got to get to the second hole back and drop that. Catch it. There we go. Did I miss a question? Projects? I might be making a trip to San Francisco this winter or next spring. Yeah, let us know. Let me know if you're in the area. I am about an hour and a half. About an hour and a half east of San Francisco is where I am. Oh. So we'll get all these in here. I'll start with the back one this time. I did a little bit of investigating on wiring, and I think I'm only going to need to modify one of the Z stepper wires in terms of length to fit well. So hopefully the underdeck stuff goes relatively quick. We're going to do quite a bit, hopefully quite a bit today, now that we're past the tool head stuff. Okay, so all those stick out, and these, they poke into there, and magnets will help hold all this together. So now let me look at my fan box and see if I have anything that already has short wire on it, because I have a lot of fans. Many doesn't look like it. Nothing immediately stands out. Seeing anything? Okay, we'll just simple wire on. Let's just use this one, because this one already, this is a Nevermore, well, quote unquote Nevermore fan. It's a filter fan, so it's got to be this one. I feel like that assembly is odd with the cartridge behind the fan. Curious how accessible it is when it's time to change to charcoal. So the cartridge here slots in right here. So you just grab it and pull it out, change the charcoal, put it back in. It's right here up front. This guy goes behind it, and this gets screwed in. So you just pull this out, and then these magnets just make sure that it stays there. So since this is a filter fan, and actually where it was spliced is pretty close to where it's gonna need to reach. I'm hoping it's really close to where it can plug in right here. Okay, we will find that out here, because now this one stays in the shroud. Oh, I don't think it's going to. I think it's, I don't think it's going to. I think because this is going to need to be like this long, I don't really want that splice there. I'm going to not use the filter fan. I'm going to use one of these. I have a bunch of these with about the same length of wire on it. I think that's the smart choice. Then I can cut it to exactly how long it needs to be. So that guy goes in there, just goes, tucks over there. Yep, there's two, what is that, M3x8 flathead, which means there's probably a heat setting, huh? It's not in the, yeah, it's not in there, but it looks like we put a couple of heat sets in the fan to hold it in. They're not in the model, but. And then these are going to be M3x8 button heads. These were M3x8 flatheads. Okay. So that's it. And a couple of those. I'm not a fan of that method, to be honest. What method? What method, Maurice? Heat set in the fan. Oh, really? I like it. I like it. And we are going to bump the temperature up on this a little bit since it is a nylon. And then you just kind of better order 2 more fans. Supply is running low. There we go. And then 2 into here. Put our temperature back down. Oh, geez. Oh, okay. Well, that was interesting. How am I going to fix that? So that was got to be very, very careful because there's not a lot of material here for these heat sets. And because of those screws that go in from the back, and all this is doing is holding a cover on. That went right on through there. Let's see. Grab a screw and see if I can get this thing out of here. Maybe I can manipulate that out this other hole. Yep. Okay. So since this is only holding a cover on, I'm going to go ahead and put it right back in, just being super careful this time. There we go. Be careful there. It goes right on through. Not a lot of material there because you have these holes behind it. That's not gonna, you can kind of see those back in there. just not a lot of plastic. Okay, is there anything else that goes on here? I already put the heat sets here. I just forgot these apparently. And this guy, scrape the squeeze out from the heat sets off. This is one of the fat inserts when that happens. Yeah, that's a good idea. I have some of the, I think the McMaster ones are fatter. So that goes there. That's not sitting very tight there. Let's see why. Is it this? Oh yeah, it's because that needs to be, need to make sure that the wire is completely in its little channel. There we go, much better. So if that doesn't sit flat, your wire might be in the way. Flathead, flathead. 3x8. And 3x6 would work here too, because the heat set's just right there. There. This is going to go onto here. Make sure that that stays tucked there. Then a couple of button heads. Okay, now this whole assembly gets screwed onto here through the side, and that is using whatever these are, M3x8s. So see, when I can double click on a component and it highlights it. If you double click on that screw down here in the corner, it'll give you the name of the component. So like this piece here is Wago Mount 413 V4, but in this case, that's an M3x8. Two more M3x8s. I have not actually used an Evermore on any either. Don't knock it. And that's the little assembly. This is gonna slide into here and then get screwed in. Before we do that, I'm going to loop this around, just a little short loop, and so cut this and crimp on a connector. Never loaded my pellets, but I use the bed fans in the 2.4. That's what I was thinking, the bigger, just as a air circulation. You got to be careful, because if you don't actually turn on the fans, then the printed parts can get pretty melty. That happened to me on my blue V2. The Nevermore setup got very, very melty. Oh, okay. So, let's grab this. Connectors, 2 pins. Here, there we go. Last stream, I have the LDO bed standoffs and have had the filter bed fans with no issue for over a year now. Right, but are you running the fan? I never turned the fan on mine, so no air circulation meant meant that it got extra hot. And I discovered this, I mean, just not too long ago. So like 3 years of running like that. Okay, just use white. We'll use white under here. I don't have a whole lot of black connectors. It's under the bed. There we go. So then this will just loop around, plug in right there. Probably tuck that away a little more. Okay, so some X nuts. My settings turn the bed on automatically if I set my bed to ABS temps. I never set that up. That's the problem. Never set that up. That's my fault. That's my fault. These guys. So put these in the side. Put that in far enough to get those started. 30% at 80, 50% at 90, and 100%, anything above 99. Yeah, those will have to be 6s. Go. Sophisticated miner 100% all the time. So I think that for this part here, I left the part here. Let's see what it says in the I think I need to go to the main CAD. Get rid of the panels. Yeah, we can sneak in there. This screw here. That says that's an M3x8. The question I have is, does it actually hit this or not? It does not. It's very close. Okay, so then 3x8 is fine. I was curious because the wall here is, I think it's only 3 millimeters. Then. Anyway, okay. So that's in there. Now this can come back and we can use the filter here as a point to tighten those. So make this just behind the front. That's it. Come off. That stays there. All you people with your fancy startup macros and print start macros, I'll get there. Okay, now part of this whole thing is cat hairs and dust. Is now the bed, the underbed fans. So these are going to go in the corner here, get mounted at either side. It acts as the cover for this. Just download his macro and include it. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's look at, maybe we can go here. What do these look like? We've got a couple of screws from underneath. These are going to be in 3x12s. And then these parts, I think they are deshrouded fans. Going up into these parts, threading into plastic, deshrouded fans, going in here, and then the wiring, no way around it. It has to tuck up over the extrusion. So just grab these two fans, just two new GDS time fans. This is just, there we go. And we'll see if we need to cut any of these bits off. So, through there. It's just pushed down all the way around. That'll be fine. Burnt orange is such a good choice for this machine. I agree. I am so pleased with the color choice on here. Okay. Oh, what is some frame rate issues? So these go in here. Ah, there's a little groove in there, so these need to actually snap in all the way up in there. So what do we do? Just kind of work our way around. Right. Work it around. There we go. There we go. Snap in. This is a finger guard. It's not a debris guard, but it looks cool. And that goes on there, and we need some M3x12s. Where'd those go? These on the end, I think these are 10s. Yep, those are 10s. Next one's 12s. Hey, Bryce. Hey, Killer Prince. Now these are threading into plastic, so the only function of these is to hold things together. Don't tighten it down. Hey, Kenneth. Cool. It's there. Rinse and repeat. Okay, now this one is here. Do the same thing. Oh, let's make sure that these wires stay little area here. So they don't get in the way of being able to push down. Okay, this is going to go like that, and there. Go tuck in a little wire path here. A little wire path that might not be quite large enough for these wires. Oh no, just barely. That's good. I mean, just barely is good. Which I'm gonna do some kind of chamber heater and exhaust fan setup on the 0G Nebula. Cool. Okay, these are gonna go here. Does anybody know, are there any good mods for retaining these wires? Because the wires are gonna have to go up the outside here, then cross over. Are there any good mods for that? Look at these. Here. This goes around like that, and this will go, bend this around right. That'll go right into the, there we go, right into the slot here. Just dropped your covers in Discord, cool. And these are not in there. I'm sure they're in 3x8. They're going to be the same size as this. In 3x6. Really? Those the same thickness? Yep. It says in 3x6. We'll use those. Documentation is the difference between fully functional printers and tinkerer hobby. There we go. I think definitely depending on the level of the type of project, documentation is definitely a big thing. It is keeping that retained. Okay. Do. See you, Kyle. See you in a bit. Okay, that's on there. This side, just line up the belts there and they go in. There. This, there we go. Put that slot. I think we got to be careful with documentation and relying on the community. It depends on the type of project. I'm very much of the mindset that these community projects that are just put out there for the world to play with and whatever, it's fair game. It is 100% up to the person doing the project, with the level of documentation they want to do. That is the whole point, is you're just doing something, releasing it, whatever. I think as soon as you start selling it, the expectation skyrockets. What made me decide the brand of color choices? Well, I've been wanting to use this orange for a long time. Zaruncho gave me a couple of rolls at Vice last year, and the intent was to use it in a build. So there we go. That is, and if we wanted to, we can throw this on here and get a real look at what that looks like. That looks pretty fantastic. Now, these are going to come around here, and I might not even have to change the wire lengths here, because those are going to just need to, I think they'll just, if whatever retention mechanism I use, I'll have to look at Wick Central's link. We'll deal with that next time. This one, yeah, that pretty much, I'm not going to have to change I'm not going to change the wire lengths on these. They're pretty good. A little zip tie is going to go here to hold that in place. Put something over here. That's all underneath the bed. Very cool. Very cool. So that is that. I did model, and I'll put these out there. These are just little nut spacers for the bed. So first try on this, I expected the filament to shrink, especially for a long part. I expected it to shrink quite a bit more. It only seemed to do about 0.4 millimeters. I expected it to be over a millimeter. My solution was covers for the wire crossover, then slot covers from those to the fan. Okay, I'll check it out for next stream. Printers are better because of the community. Oh, absolutely. Agreed. When you're fitting these, your first layer, so if they don't fit well, then scraping the edges of that first layer is going to, mostly on the ends here, because the middle will just flex out of the way. But a little bit of deburring on the bed plate facing surfaces. will get them to fit in a whole lot easier. So that go in there. It is kind of stiff, which is a good thing. Pull instead of push. Oh. Can you recommend an organization and tagging method for various terminals such as GST and microfit and the different wire gauges? I use my, so that's one in there, and that's not, that might even be kind of hard to move, but definitely it does move though. Yeah, and let's see if we can set this. I just use my little Acro Mills bins here, Kobe. So here's my JST terminals, and then 2-pin and 3-pin, and then 4, and then bigger pin, and then the next one's PH, that was XH, and then down here is microfits. Now microfits do have a bunch of terminals at different wire sizes, so that whole bin is filled with them, and then you get into the connectors. I need to label all these, but okay, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. I want to see if we can figure out from basically this surface to that screw is basically 40 millimeters. So when Fusion does a measurement like this, the distance is to the center of the cylinder that you selected. So it's surface to cylinder, distance to the center is 40.1, to the other side of it is 41.6, and to the close side of it is 38.6. So we're looking at 40 millimeters back is what we're gonna do for the 40 millimeters back is what I'm gonna set this to. And I am at like 40.5. I got that really close. Move this back a bit. Oops. I need to loosen this up. It looks like it's just a little too stiff. There we go. Right at 40. Let's see if I can loosen this one up. Just gonna scrape. And this is a carbon filled filament, so it might be a little tighter because of that. Scrape it. Ella, be careful. Those are probably M4, and you're going to want to really be careful that the outer diameter has enough surface for your thing. So if we look at this, will this give us a diameter? Info there. It's 6 millimeters outer diameter on that. So 1.5 millimeters on either side. And this should be an M4. Oh, let's isolate that. Oh, it's an actual standoff. Okay, so they're actually using a standoff. And it's not just a spacer. Okay. Hey, out of Adam. a wide flange to spread the load. Yep. I will still be using these. Okay, let's see if I loosened that one up enough. That is a lot looser, but it still has some friction. That is a lot better. So easy to adjust. There we go, right at 40 millimeters. So bed should be in about the right spot when we put it in. Hey, Senor. That onto water. And 3 shim with the spacer. Okay, that went well. So now we can start getting stuff in on the underside. Let me look at this link. What did you send me? Stream chat. A couple of covers. Bed fan wires crossing over the extrusions. Okay, I'll have to open those and look at them later. Kyle sent me a cable slot cover. Okay, I'll check those out. I'll check them out after. To model a zip tie clip into those for the fan wires. Model a zip tie clip into where? For the fan wires. That going through there is fine. I really like that. That's cool. Okay, but from here, so we've got A and B wires still to deal with, and the cable chain, and let's move this forward. Printable slot cover that would work well for holding and hiding the bed fan wires. The parts you just slid into the extrusion channels. Well, those are my part. I made that, Greenbeard. I modeled that yesterday. There could very well be, that's a good, how would I do that? I'll have to think about that. I'm not sure, I'm not 100% sure how I would do that, but it is a good start of a thought. Some of that flexi cable slot stuff, easy to put in and stops filament bits falling in too. For 1515, Keith? I haven't seen any pre-made stuff for 1515. We're gonna have to do something with this too. So we need to put some connectors on here because I don't want to run just the wires all the way through. I want a connector. We need to figure this out. So let's grab, so we have this piece here is gonna go up behind the belts and bolt in right here. So it comes in and bolts in right there. So I think we can just put that in. Yeah, 2020, it's easy to find. I haven't seen any for 1515. Oh, I had put grub screws in these so they wouldn't go flying out the end. So let me get these grub screws out. Put some grub screws in the thing to lock them in place. That goes there. This. You could print a slot cover and slide it in the extrusion slot from the front. That's not long enough. I need an 8mm. we go. Slide this all over. There. Go. Check the solid fork user mods repo. There are some shields that press fit into 1515s. It's bulkier, but good for hiding cables from view. Oh yeah, no, I'll find something. Don't. It's okay. Okay, and then here. These are what we're building here. It's this part and this part. What I was curious about is this used for something else as well? Because this hole and this, what are those for? Do you know, Kyle? Do you know what those are for? Oh, that could be a good call. Thermistor mount? Okay. Looks like for a chamber thermistor. Let's see. Bin of things here, including yeah, that could go up in there. Press fit, yep. Stretch goal here is to get a good chamber thermistor in it. Not exactly sure what that means yet. Okay. This is another one that needs a... There we go. Okay, that's probably gonna go way over here. Because remember, my cable chain is gonna go down. It's gonna go over here instead of into the middle because my opening and my deck is in a different spot. And then I need longer cable chain too. This isn't enough chain. Okay, other piece. So I modified this part. This normally goes here with the little extrusion indexing in that way. I rotated it so that it'll mount off to the side here. So that's going to mount to the bed frame piece instead. But I need to put a couple of heat sets in it. So let's do that. Oh. Okay, that's done. One of these, and then one of these. I would like to standardize on chamber thermistors across my printers. I think, I'm not sure, but I think that'll help be able to compare values between printers. So I have a pile of PT1000s, all the same manufacturer, that I'm planning on using. So this is the issue with the 120 micron. You have to put the chain over there, makes it so there's no place for the clicky dock. So you have to use some other probe because there really is no place for a dock. You couldn't mount it to the underside instead of to the back? You can't mount a dock that exclusively mounts to the underside? I know you don't have room in the front because of the way the extrusion moved. I notice you avoid quad XY. Kobe, are you talking about quad XY? It's not on purpose. I've built a quad XY machine. I built the VZBot. It's not on purpose. It's opportunity and just the way the projects go. I emailed Mello and asked them how much it would cost for me to just order 20 PT1000 thermistors from them, and they gave me a price that was lower than their AliExpress price, and I went for it. So the chain is in the way no matter what. Couldn't figure it out, so PZ probed it. Okay, well, I'm doing PZ probe here. Okay, we're kind of figuring out the cable chain length. So let me find more of this cable chain. Where did I put that? That's the question. Let's see if I have it in here. Find my appropriate cable chain box. Why is it not in here? Thought it was in here. Cable chains. It's over here. Where's the cable chain box? This'll do. I think this is the same stuff. Yeah, this'll do. It's not the cable chain box, but it's more cable chain. Okay. So first of all, both ends on these I think are fixed. Yep. So both ends are fixed. The last link here doesn't move either way, so it doesn't really matter which direction we put it. So there we go. Flip this around. That's going to go like that. That's going to go there. Figure out how many links we need to get to the top. So at our practical, and that's above practical height, we're never gonna be printing that high because the the extruder is, I mean, the top panel's right here. It's not gonna get any higher than that. So that's where we're gonna work for the chain. This is here. Hey, Mike. It needs a top hat. We only need, let's say, 2 extra links. We could probably even get away with maybe do like 3 extra links because it's going to be off to the side here. So let's go 3 extra links. So we'll pull them off of here. Put hats on my Microns just for headroom. Okay. So that goes there. Once this one goes on like this. Flatheads. Let's see what this all looks like when it's actually on. This is a test fit. So is that a Pi 5? It is a Pi 5. We're going to be putting a Pi 5 on this build. We are also going to be doing, shoot. That is a problem. How do I get around that? I think I need a ball end. We're also going to be doing calico on this build. Okay. That, and then was the SHD hat, not seen that one. I went searching, we can talk about that here in a second. I went searching specifically for a hat like that. Cool, I can leave the little strain relief, the little zip tie parts on these, on this cable chain. Okay. I purchased the official microfit crimper. Woo! That's spicy there, Kobe. Okay, now this guy loosens and moves over. Pretty much want this right vertical, exactly straight up from this. So let's do a little measurement here just to get it approximately. This is, let's say 104 millimeters over, which this is a little more. So go. Hey, Daddy Wazzy. Right there. Okay, so that is exactly in line with this. Just hopefully that'll mean when this is all the way at the bottom, it's not going to be pushing on this wrong. And all that's doing is just, this is a fixed end here. This is more important if this was the wobbly end. Okay, so that's going to go there. This is going to go straight up into there, but I think it's going to end up having to loop in order to fit a connector. So, and then this one is going to have to go up. I gotta put the connector for that one over here too. And we just bundle both connectors over by the A drive here. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Instead of trying to figure out where to put a connector over here, I'll just tie them both together over here. Okay, so we're gonna find some cool 1515 wire management solution that's going to put that wire right about like that. And then if we give enough room to make a little loop here, let's cut it right here and put a connector on. Look at all that. Look at all that grand PTFE. Oh, geez. That's a lot of wire for a stepper. Holy moly. But look at all that wire I can use for something else. I was not expecting that to be 6 extra feet. It's basically 6 feet of extra wire. Gee. Okay, I want enough wire here to where if these aren't the final, I'm not always using it. We'll do little service loops here. Little service loops. Okay. Microfit stuff. We're gonna put some microfit connectors here. Microfit and nope, not that drawer. Next one. So we're gonna need 2 of that end and 2 of this end. These are NEMA 14s. These are NEMA 14s. Just gonna work the twist. That's much better. It was untwisted, but had all the form. So that is much better. And then we're gonna take this normal wire. What is it? Blue, red, green, black. Blue, red, green, black. But since these are in a new twist, even them up. Go. Crimping is easy. The shirt lies. The shirt lies. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so blue, blue, red, green, black, just like that. Blue, a little more. Red. Green. Black. Red, green, are these wires supposed to go all the way down through the chain into the electronics? They are, absolutely. But if I send them all the way through, I can't service the steppers without pulling the whole thing apart. So we're putting connectors up here at the closer to the steppers. Huge garage door test for the M4 Mammoth blasters. I have not seen that. Send me a link in the stream chat. Okay, so now let's get, oops. Blue, red, green, black, right like that. That's where we're grabbing it. And then straight up into here. Often little screwdriver helps to push these in until they click. There we go. Finish off the twist at the end, and that's one done. Same thing, reform the twist. It'll make it easier. Link in the stream chat, cool. Go. Trim them all same length. Blue. Red. Hey Grant, welcome 3D Musketeers, raiding in. Hey Da Vinci, how are folks? So what was the most interesting thing said about filament today? Net 7. Hey, Joe. Blue. Hey, Amber. Resin is toxic. No way. Green. Hate soldering. I like soldering. Hey Garrett, offering free shipping today. Ship it real good. Okay. Show blue, red, green, black. Same order. Blue, red. Go. Twist it. I've had a lot of practice. That's the difference there. Okay, so that is going to go up there like that. Flip around. This one will do a little loop and flip around. So both of those are going to go right about there. We'll use copious amounts of zip ties to make sure everything stays where we want it. I just learned how to properly solder RGBW LEDs. Cool. Now the question is, do I do it proper? Okay, so the next thing is we're gonna run, what are we gonna do? I don't think there's any reason not to just leave this end on and then cut the wire to length here. So we're gonna run this in the cable, and we're gonna run the tool head cable that is tangled up in all this stuff over here. This guy with the service loop. Okay. Now we get to figure out our tool head wiring. So this is gonna go here. If I meet you at a convention, should I call you Mr. Builds? My middle name is Builds. Yep, there we go. So let's just go far corner-ish. And I'm gonna grab a zip tie. So we're not pulling on the connector here. I'm gonna lock it in. Ooh. You say the TPU gives me an idea for the slot covers. I have some 64D TPU, which I printed these printed strain relief out of. Try the 64D for those slot covers. Okay, so that zip tie there keeps me from pulling on that accidentally and damaging the board. It might just stay there. So now this is going to go down here. And this is just right to where that slides into there. This can go down there. So now let's put this up here so it's not a cat magnet. So one of the things with these is there was a little bit of droopy, so we got to cut all that out. But otherwise they printed really well. So I'm just gonna get in here and just snip as much of the droopiness out as I can. It's not gonna hurt to leave a little bit there. It'll just help hold the wire in place, right? This hydrometer TPU makes it harder to get in there. I printed one of these out of just 95A. It's a whole lot easier to clean up. That's better. Print your 3D sets tires in. Well, I still need to finish printing these, but this is Sirayatech's TPU Air, which is a variable hardness, variable shore hardness TPU. Variable based on how hot you print it. This is at 220, which is on the lower temp, so more higher durometer, I'm assuming. I haven't tried higher temp yet, but the texture is just fantastic. I know the focus, there we go. The texture is just fantastic. A little bit of cleanup in there, but what sticker did you give me, Mike? I guarantee I have it. Just which sticker is it? What's the difference between a 95A and a 64D? So 64D. So I've heard, I can't verify, but I think I think you basically add 50 to the D to get the equivalent A. That's just what I heard. So it'd be like 114A. Tested at 250C, nice print. Yeah, I need to try a different. Okay, I think this will be better. So now this guy needs to go on here, and it needs to kind of thread in there while it's around the wire, which means we'll bring this down a bit to get some more room. Ask Google to convert between ABCD hardness. That's what shopping cart wheels are apparently. Wow. Okay, so this, I'm going to help myself a little bit here by, we have to remove this anyway, I think. One of them gets HBO, the other just gets basic cable. And maybe even just remove this. We can put this on after this is there. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. So now I can do this with all the freedom. Because this is kind of a pain. Because you have two halves and it all threads. Let's see if this works. It all has to start together. I wonder if I can help myself by putting one of these zip ties in. I think the zip ties go in here. So if that does that and that, I think a zip tie goes through here, here. Is it anywhere? Yeah, I think that'll work really well. There we go. Somewhere in the neighborhood of a firm polyurethane like shopping cart wheels or skateboard wheels. Cool. And then this put in through the top here. Oops, wrong way. Still can slide along there for adjustment, but hopefully this is easier to keep lined up. Just turn the bottom piece. It's just a matter of finding the thread. There we go. Now, this whole thing has to twist. There we go. That worked out way better than I thought. Sweet. That's that. Where'd that go? Oh, that goes there. Now, I can pull this, because this doesn't need to be that long. Put this down. Hey Tuxedo, thanks for gifted memberships. Only win when Steve is in China on shady connections. Kind of twisting the wire, hoping to kind of get a... Works. Just a little bit more, because that doesn't need to be any longer than to get to that corner. Push out of the way or push against the top, I'm sure. Okay, well, the bottom line is it needs to get to this far corner without pulling too hard, so. Okay. I'll leave it right there, I think is a good. So now I want to tighten this. Tighten that and trim it. Tighten that and trim it. Sweet. Go back in there. There. Got all of this. We're gonna have like 4.5 feet extra of this. We're gonna have to cut this down and redo the end because I don't want this much wire down in the deck of this. Okay. Side. Goes there. Goes there. I think I can do it this way. Let's go ahead and put another one on here. Not that they give you enough wire to build the second one when you get done building the first. Yeah, no kidding, huh? Okay, so I'm just tightening that end down. We're gonna do all our work with this end and popping the links in the chain. So I think that'll get that. This is going to end up getting cut, and we're going to have to run the other wires through as well. So that'll come down straight up, get zip tied there. Enough room here to give us some space in case I need to change this. Hey Delvin, build is going great. We are going to, we're hopefully we'll basically have it wired today. Oh, we have 10 minutes until we're giving away a Colony Clacker Micron Plus door kit. and a, will this go through here? Might not. Oh, it does, barely. And a roll of Polymaker filament, or coupon, depending on where you are. Jeremy Todd, you said you didn't receive an email from winning one of the giveaways on the July 13th. July 13th? Send me a message if you, what did you win? Because you weren't the winner for the filament giveaway on the 13th. Hey, Nadir. Oh, how are we doing on viewers and likes? 250 people. We're exactly 50% like ratio. We need better. Okay. The colony clacker. Oh, okay. If you want the colony clacker, then I will double check that I sent a message. I did send last week's and the week before. Sorry, this has got me squirreled, so I have to check. Okay, I did send it. I'll remind. If you haven't heard, I'll remind Jason that you haven't heard, that you haven't heard from him. Dude. Whoa. You hit all the keys. You hit every key on there. Okay. Hey, Brad. The Swedes are accumulating. There we go. There are no more treats. Treats are gone for the day. Is everybody registered? You got 7 minutes to get in. Okay. Back to this. How am I going to do this? What's my plan? What is my plan? I think at this point, we can do two things. I'm going to remove that connector. I'm going to cut off that connector. I'm going to cut it about here. Maybe I'll cut it about here because that'll tell me everything I need to know about the wire order. Oop. Then you can send this up through here. And we can get this kind of going on the underdeck side. And then we'll start working on the underdeck and move it over the other way. Steven, thank you for the gifted memberships. Hey. Is it that side or this side that pops open? There we go. Pop that open. Hi, Michael. This is gonna go down. Yeah. Just got to give your membership. Make sure you hit that like button. Exactly. Hey, Mike. There we go. Now we've got that there, and that will let us figure out where it's routing underneath. Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. Where did that come from? Seriously, where did that come from? Oh, it came out of the came out of the SSR. Dude. Yes. You need your claws trimmed again. Okay, let me catch up. I'm just going to say that was when miscellaneous things fall out, yeah. Because all of this has been loose and moving around, it is a good idea. If you're gonna store a power supply or whatever, make sure that the fasteners on them don't just vibrate out. Let me grab the... You are in a playful mood. This one was about... Dude! Your claws. He's reaching out onto my butt. Like your stream so your prints don't fail. It's not guaranteed, but it can't hurt to try. Okay, so here is our general layout of the components underneath the deck. What we are tasked to do today is figure out a efficient, maintainable wiring setup. I think this is just gonna go over here, just go straight on to the tuck right there and plug in right there. So that's going to go there. It'll go underneath the SSR here. I want a little bit of I mean, all the service loops, right? We got 1 minute. 1 minute. What can I do in 1 minute? Do that. The basic routing for that. It'll zip tie under here. There we go. I'm gonna be moving this thing around quite a bit under here, so let's get a couple so I don't scratch the... Just get these under here. There we go. Okay. Cool. It is time. So let's do... Okay. Let's switch over to giveaway mode. Giveaway mode. Oh, shoot. What happened? What in the world? Oh, geez, hold on. I hit the wrong button on a window. It changed my, there we go. Ah. I've not gotten myself to trim my nighthawk cables yet. I know. It's such a permanent thing, right? So, Polymaker filament. Polymaker filament is the first thing we're going to give away today. Same thing we do every week. Polymaker filament. Huge thanks to Polymaker for letting me do this. I've done it 166 times now. Where's the call? Oh, there it is. 166. Now that's not 166 spools because we gave away a lot on the 10,000 subscriber stream. Similarly, we're getting close to 300 live streams. 300 live streams we're coming up on. Isn't that nuts? 166 times and I haven't won yet. Have you been in every one, Brent? Excuse me. Let's put on the movie 300. I think my YouTube list is 284, and then there's probably 6 or 8 shared with either Taylor or Daniel. So, okay, let me get this all set. You have 3 seconds to get entered for the Polymaker filament giveaway. While you're there, if you are in the US, because it is a US only, enter for the Colony Clacker door kit if you like. Demlar, thanks for being a member for 39 months. Okay, 3 seconds. 3, 2. Hey, Larry Garcia. It's been quite a while. Hey, Traxman. There's a new one. 3. Seem to have an upper, lower, and Steve cams. Oh, there we go. I lost track of where we were, so I'll start over. 3, 2. How many people do we have here? 280 people, 176 likes, and 209 entries. So 70 people here have all the filament they could possibly need. 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. It is. It's so easy to lose track when counting to 3. I mean, you know, apparently. Last time. 3, 2, 1. Done. Okay. Make it out. Great. Is it the last time? Today. Last time today. Greenbeard. You're the first one in there. Who do we got? Sonica. Sonica got it. Apparently it's 48 days till 3D Printopia. So we need a number between 1 and 48. What do we got here? 148. Photon Peak and Gert Jam Brink, you said 24. We'll go 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. It's backwards 42. And I don't have to click as many times. So it's almost as good. Net 7. Congratulations, Net 7. Net 7, are you here? Remember, you can still enter for the colony clacker. Net 7, you have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Congrats. If you're in the US or Canada, it's a coupon to the US or Canada store. You don't have to use it on Filament. If you want a poly dryer, you can use it on there. If you're outside the US or Canada, I don't remember what they're doing now. But at the very least, you get to pick a roll of filament to get sent to you. Net 7, there you are. Congrats. Let's see. Let's get you recorded. Make sure you are you. Okay. You got a very interesting email address, but it is what it is. We will, let's see, let's get you going. Let's get an email off to you. There's only one Net 7 in the list. That makes sense, Net 7. You know, that honestly was the first thought that crossed my mind when I saw that email address, because I've tried to do the same thing. It's hard to track, even with my password manager. And is everything good here? Everything's good. Congrats, you should have an email. A trip grant up for Polar. So you're a frequent winner. Good job. Okay, colony clacker. Colony clacker. Micron Plus door kit. So this is, I brought it over here. This is what is being sent out. It is some extrusions and some hardware, and you print some parts, and it's an extrusion-based door. So, colony clacker for the Micron Plus. Designed by Kyle GB and Hartk. So, I am going to close the entry in 3 seconds. I'll start the countdown when I clean everything up. Let's clean up. Let's go over here, published, not accepting responses, and 3 seconds. 3. So it's really a build seed. Yep. You're right. 3, 2. Remember, this is US only. If you're not in the US, but you have a US shipping address, you just have to promise me that Jason doesn't get anything but a US shipping address from you. We got to respect that they are limiting the shipping address to the US. So we haven't had any new ones, but I'm going to start over anyway because I want to. So 3, 2, 1. And if you're not in now, because it's not likely that we're going to get more, oh, we just got one. Final for the day countdown. 3, 2, 1. Done. Okay. 108 of ya. Zybertech, you were the first one in there. Brain Twist, you just got in there. How How were you barely in there? Okay, we'll be able to read the names here. Let's do a number between 1 and 18. Admiral Adama says we need to do between 1 and 18. One and 18. Hey, Taco. How are you? One and 18. Jed Morse, he said 16. We'll do 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And spin. It's supposed to be able to read. Who do we got? Who do we got? Jack? Jack? Jack Faxon. Jack Faxon, are you here? Congratulations. I'm pretty sure you're here, but I'll start a timer anyway. Jack Faxon. Congrats. Are you here though? Jack Faxon. We know this name. Are you here? Jack. Jack. Hey, you were here a bit ago. Jack Faxon. Congrats. Or are you Polar Ted? Polar Ted Club fodder. Uh-oh. You got 1 minute and 15 seconds. New rule, no tagging. Jack. Here, Jack. We need a printable Polar Ted Club badge. Yeah? 40 seconds. I want a taco. The place that Pooch and I go to tacos after he comes over and streams closed down like suddenly. Zero notice. Turns out the owner ended up in some very terrible legal trouble. To be determined on the outcome, but enough to where it just closed down every location. Some domestic stuff. Jack. The timer's up, Jack. Everybody else gets a second chance though, right? Let's do a number between 1 and 10. Polar Ted Club member Jack. Polar Ted Club member Jack. I'm sorry. Got some amazing tacos out that way. Make sure. Okay, Jed Morse, you say 8. Let's do 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and spin. No, not a 5-pound burrito place. Nope. Who do we got? Who do we got? Doug? Doug Frazier. Doug Frazier, are you here? Let's set the timer. Doug Frazier. Local taco place, he was pulling a Sweeney Todd. Oh. Doug Frazier, congratulations. Are you here? Doug Frazier. Doug Frazier is pronounced Reth. How you doing, Reth? There you are. Whew. Doug Frazier, congratulations. I will pass your email off to Jason. And find you in here. Pass your email off to Jason, and he will contact you. Doug Frazier is in the US. We are good. Okay, let's close this. Let's get rid of these. Double it and give it to the next guy. Awesome. Where are we? Just in time for your Micron Plus build? That is awesome. Are you actually building a Micron Plus right now? Or is that the, are you building a Micron Plus now? Hey, Armor 3D. You are, that's awesome. That is very good. Okay, unpin. Let's do all the things. Ooh, all my screens just flickered. Delete the... Save the description. If you double a 15-15 door, do you get a 30-30 door? You have to quadruple a 15-15 door to get a 30-30 door. You can't double it. You double it, you get a 15-30 door. You have to quadruple it. Okay, and then the last thing we're gonna do before we continue the build is, where did my YouTube, nope, that's a blank message. There it is. I think it's because I had a space. I think Oscar hit the space bar, and so it had a message in there to send, so it wasn't giving me the option for the little money symbol to do the gifted memberships. Do you see my comment? My sticker was a big red ducky. I saw that. I need to find my pile of stickers. I guarantee I have it. If you gave it to me at a show, I have it. It's in a box of stickers. Quadruple carefully, exactly. Okay, there we are. I'm gonna just use up the last of my gifted memberships now because I don't trust myself to remember the rest of the month. So they are all gone. They are all gone for the month. And it's a good thing because maybe next weekend might be the member stream. Yantech, are you here or are you just getting an email? Yantech might be getting an email. I don't know if they're here or not. Okay. Something's growling, but we're gonna power through. We are going to power through. I need a Steve Built sticker for my bench. I need new stickers. My stickers have a typo, which is very embarrassing, but I blame YouTube. So, there's no underscore in my channel name, but all my stickers have an underscore. And I'm pretty sure that my channel address had an underscore in it at one time. In the interest of, I'm gonna double service loop this. It's a little ridiculous, but I'm gonna double service loop this in the interest of being able to use this cable somewhere else if I ever want to. So I'm gonna cut that to there. I need one of those stove built stickers. Okay, are we ready? Steve unbuilds numbers. Okay, there's no going back. That's gonna go like that, and it's gonna wrap around and plug in right there. And that's not too bad. That'll stay clean. So the full length cable bunched up in a coil. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna take that, and where did the other end go? Here we go. That's our template. That's our connector template. You want some extra strip for the ground? Yep. Yep. I've got quite a bit of extra. Quite a bit of extra. If I tightened it up a bit and still kept the loops. So we'll be fine. Okay. This guy here. Let's go about that much because you're right, that ground is going to be fun. Let's strip off about that much. I'm going to use this guy. Remember this Paladin Tools. It's meant for coax cable and stuff, but it's got a nice spot here to score. Score cables like this. Steve_build still gets to your channel. If you go at Steve_builds, it goes to someone who has a Minecraft profile. They don't have an actual channel, but it has a Minecraft thing. Here. If you go youtube.com/@Steve_builds, you get this. See, that's not me. If you go Steve Builds, you get me. After coming back from an event to stick all the stickers I've acquired. I need a place to put all the stickers. I've used a razor blade before too, Mike. This tool just makes it's a lot easier to not cut into the wires. If you go without the @ that comes up with mine. Underscore. Well, YouTube is, this is why mine has an underscore, is because I remember this. But why is it going both ways? Why isn't all 4 combinations working for me then? See you, Steven. Anyway, no matter if you put the @ there or not and leave out the underscore, it works. So I need my stickers to be without the underscore. Yeah, I could. But then they'll probably restrict me to just one or the other, which would be fine, but YouTube doing YouTube things. Yep. I hadn't actually gone through and tried all the combinations. Oh. Okay, we need to do this. So, because they use the jacket, so when you look at this, that thick wire there is heat shrink over this braided bit. And then it's crimped and then put in for the connector. So we have 3 wires. You have a heavy gauge for power. That's probably a 18 or 20 gauge wire for power. And then a 24 gauge or so for USB, the 2 USB lines, and then the jacket is the ground. So we are going to carefully unbraid this. We can do this a few different ways, but mostly just kind of getting it. I guess once I'm done with this, I need to put a piece of heat shrink over there. It's not going to be as easy to do with this all, but I'll get all this bundled into a spot to make it easier. Tuxedo is absolutely right. You're 100% correct, Tuxedo. Good call. Good call. Don't do it over the power supply. So the GPs, I was wondering about that, and it might be something we have to deal with. So the question is, does the Leviathan supply enough current for a Pi 5? It comes with a very specific adapter to use the Pi 5. It is, see, for Pi 5. So at some level, it's been tested to work with the Leviathan in a Pi 5. But is it actually going to work well? I don't know. We can throw a little auxiliary power supply in here if we need to. Okay, so that being all done up, we'll pull this off to a side now and twist this into a wire. I dropped an M3x6 into my power supply the other day and could not get it out. Well, I pulled the power supply from underneath my bench here and something was rattling in it. Not too long ago, something was moving around in it. I pulled it apart and it ended up being a bearing from a MGN 12 carriage. So ran it for a week with Pi 5, no issues. I was not running a screen though. Yeah, and I will be running a screen. So that could be a difference. So that off, and then all of this tucked over here, we can cut this off. Just making very careful that we know where all our wires are. Cut that off. So now we've got our 4 wires now that are going to go into the that is concerning. Yeah. Okay, I need heat shrink. Here's my heat shrink box. That's it. That is ground. That is going to be the ground wire. That is what they use on this cable. Probably this one. See if I can go down the size. Smallest one I can put on here would be the best. That'll work. And then a small piece of heat shrink to actually put around that wire. Should work fine. That's why they give it both 5-volt power pins in that breakout to spread the amp load over 2 wires. Oh, on that adapter, yeah. On the size is the screen for your Micron? I'm using a 7-inch one on a movable arm. I'm doing the 4.3 inch, the regular wave share screen. Okay, so that's there. How much do I want? So this comes through here. We're gonna shorten this a little bit. Probably just do all of that. Sure. Do all of that. This one can be a little shorter. Assuming Leviathan for 2.4 expects a tool board and doesn't have an extruder driver on the board. Correct. It's no, there's 7 drivers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you got 4, you have 4 Z and an extruder, and then A and B. You can do it all. Excuse me. You can do it all. Okay. So carefully get this over that. Lots of questions on whether the braid is used as shielding or it's ground. Or is it both? Does it act as shielding? Can it be shielding if it's connected at both ends? I don't know. But it is the ground. It is 0 volts. Okay. So in any case, this is the ground wire. There's no other ground here. It's connected at both ends though. I don't know if it has a shielding, if that reduces the ability for it to do any shielding or not. You have positive, negative control wire and ground. No, I have data plus and data minus here. 24 volts and ground. This is USB. This is USB data plus and data minus. Normally shield is connected only on, right. Yep. Oh, we'll do that. And cut this off. Got stuff that's going to go to our, where did I put the, example 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a pretty heavy power wire, so you got it sized okay. Okay, so this is gonna go all of those up. I didn't get a look at the, here, maybe we can get lucky and see. No, there's no printing at the spot that we see. It is pretty beefy. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 18. That seems to be the size LDO has been using for that kind of thing. Okay, so we're gonna have this guy. This out the way. Without actually measuring it or having a reference. This guy. Do I have any? Ooh, I still have 2 of the smaller gauge. 2 of the smaller gauge pins. Let's use those. Usually both ends are not connected for the shielding, as one can create ground loops. Oh, really? I thought it was one end. Okay. It's good to know. I thought it was one end. This is going to be a okay. Do I have another one of these so I don't have to just use that one? No, I don't. I'll have to use that one. So somewhere I should have extras of these. Why aren't they in there? Thought I've seen a 2x6 somewhere. Nope, no idea. So we'll just use this one. Okay, so across the top, it's red, white, brown, and then the bottom corner is black. Welcome back, Kyle. I mean, we can pull one at a time even and just swap them. Although it's just white is the middle, brown is the next one. We'll just do it. I'm pretty sure those came from Tensor. White is the middle. Don't let me forget. I'll just drop the whole thing though. Where did they go? Shoot. Hold on a second. Sorry for disturbing you, Oscar. Oh, there it is. It didn't even fall to the ground. It fell right on top of here. Yep, they did basically exactly what I did. Okay, so black, white's the middle, black goes there. Red goes there. White's in the middle. Cut the green wire. If they're all green. That should be it. The deepening tool is magic. Deepening tool is pure magic. I'm pretty sure that's in my Amazon affiliate store. Links in the description. Okay. Look at that. Looks just like it came from the factory. Just like it came from the factory. There's an Oscar. Okay, so that goes there. That's gonna go around here and plug in right there. I'll probably use some zip tie to hold that where it needs to go, or it might just be okay. Okay, other things we need to get set up are, gotta get our eye on the Leviathan. We need to get powers to the various areas. So let's work on this. So I wanted to try a Pi 5 in this build because we are using Calico, and apparently there's some features, some of the features you can turn on that do take advantage of the extra processing power of a Pi 5. And if we're going to do a Pi 5, I wanted to do a M2 solid state OS. So I found this WaveShare SSD hat that didn't block the I/O. So the Amazon link for that is, welcome back, Peppers. Let's see. There it is. copy the link. This is the link. No guarantees. I don't know how well this is gonna work. One thing I did notice though, is that I probably need to, and where are they? I'm going to need to run the auxiliary power from this board, because those that use the GPIO port get extra 5 volts. This one doesn't have that, so it has an extra port here that I need to run over to my little adapter here. So I'll probably solder that maybe on the underside over here to 5 volts and ground. Now, I don't know why they didn't just tie into the fan port, since this fan came with it. But the benefit of the M2 SSD is durability, and it should be faster, right? I say that with a big question mark, but durability is a big thing. And I've been wanting to do that anyway. So we're not going to actually be powering this up today. Most of this is to get wiring in place. We just won't run into time. We won't have enough time to power it up. I've already burned, so I've burned or wrote PiOS light, the light image to this. We are going to use Kiao. We're going to use Kiao because I want to run fluid. I'm fewer and fewer printers that have fluid on them, so I'm going to put fluid on this one. So anyway, we have all of these things to put on. Kia was easier to install Calico. I was looking at the Calico docs. It's just doing a pull over the clipper folder. So I'm not sure, unless I'm missing something. I thought you just did a, you cloned the Calico. It didn't work? Okay. Well, we're gonna try it. Let me figure out which. Just kidding, right now, driver. We're gonna try it. The biggest reason for putting Kiao on there is so I can get fluid on here. And since they've switched, they did a long time ago, switched all of the paths back to standard. It's not, I don't have really a preference against it. I still like to do things manually for my own, but now what I'm really hoping is that we don't run into any clearance issues with all this. The other reason I went with this hat is it doesn't add any height. You can get other M2 hats and then stack. If you had enough space in the electronics area, you could just stack this on top of the other hat, but there isn't enough room here to do that. You could also pull 5 volts from the side expansion as an option. From here. Oh, I suppose. Oh, I guess I could just plug that into something on the board with 5 volts. It's all the same. There's no ground reference issues since it's all getting power from the same place, huh? I don't have to solder that to there. That's a great idea. I'm gonna find somewhere I can plug this into on the board. Oh, I wonder if I can plug it into, is there 5 volts on the display pins? Because it's already got DuPonts here. I can just plug those in. It's all it is the extra power needed for the NVMe drive. Right now, it's only getting power through the PCI Express cable. It needs additional power. It's not much, but it needs more than that. This is the iFixit kit. This is the iFixit kit. It is fantastic. Running 24 volts to the A and B drivers. I am. Yeah. This build isn't going to have a 48 volt extra power supply. Let's see something. That'll work. Let's do this. The schematic for the Leviathan. Where are the... Oops. Board supply, TMC, heat bed can, UART, ports. Reset. No, there isn't. I was hoping on one of the EXP ports was 5 volts. But I don't see it, so could use the expansion port, right? Maybe, maybe not. Pin 10 EXP1. What, did I miss it? EXP1. Oh, I did miss it. I was so focused on the labeled ports, I did miss it. So we can go pin 9 and 10 on EXP1. Yeah. Pin 9 and 10 on EXP1. So that is EXP1. So what is so that's, does that mean those two on this side? If does the square pad designate pin 1, or should it? Let's see. Let's see. We can meter and confirm where ground is. I'm pretty sure the square pad designates pin 1, but we're going to. So that means that this should be ground. So anything else that's an actual ground, including, there we go. That guy. Yep, there we go. Yeah. Yep, so that's ground, that's 5 volts. So we should be able to do, it's even the right connector for these included wires. Let's just clean this up a little bit. I know you can't see, but I can't do it. Just tucking them out of the way. That'll be fine. Cool. Other wire we need. Is this guy. Go. So our fan jumpers to choose, can grab 5 volts from them. Like Bill said, if we want to always confirm, then you include a little ribbon USB connection. Should be able to do something like that. Doesn't get any tighter than that. It doesn't get any tighter than that. Okay. This gets added to my stack of things I don't know what I'm going to do with. Can't throw away because it looks useful. So yeah, for a compact printer, you're right. This is a very good setup. Okay, this goes on here. So this can go with now we can start getting power for the things. So I ended up going back again and realizing I didn't need 5 position Wagos. I had printed out. So this is the piece that's included in the Micron files. For my setup, I don't need 3, I don't think, unless I'm missing something. So I printed out the one that uses 5, 2x5, and all I need really is to power the split off for the Leviathan. So I got a 2x3 to go on here instead. So that's gonna go there, and that'll just let me split off the power for the Leviathan going to the 24 volts in there. Although looking at it, I might change that up a little bit. the Nighthawk board came with a power connector that lines up, and this is the little USB cable that we're not using here. Oh yeah, these DSI connectors are 15 pin. So this is what you use, a little adapter cable. I think this is 22 to 15. But this is and this is going to be just barely long enough to reach right to the display. So that's going to go on there when we get to the display. Okay, something that could be handy is if we put this in here, and let's see how this works out. Just mocking things up mostly. Hey, Brent. Okay, so that's there. What if I took this and moved this over here? No, that doesn't work. Because if I ever do want to switch over to 48 volts here, I'd have to change all of it. So I'll leave this here. I'll leave this here just for the Leviathan. And then this will just do what it's supposed to do and come around here without even cutting the wire. At its current length, it'll go right into the toolhead adapter board. I was thinking I could run that over there, but I don't think there's a good reason to do that. I was on the discussion of the Pi 5 and the DSI cables. On the 4, you had to use a display, a DSI and a CSI, right? If you look at a Pi 4, they were different in whatever way. I don't know why. That's a 3. Where's a 4? There's a 4. On a 4, there's a camera connector and a display connector. Both of these are labeled cam/disp. Those are enabled cam, so you could do both for either. I don't know if you could on the 4 or if it's just a labeling thing. Okay, so that's going to go there. Pretty much the perfect length for that wire going into that. That gets tucked down out of the way. Probably maybe just put some zip ties around those, and those will hold those in place. That's fine there. Now we need all the wires for the everything else. Okay, let's get all these power wires going. Specifying the config which port the display is hooked up. Okay, So what do we have? We're gonna need a ground. Ground going there. Do this. Ground for the power supply. It's this guy. Is this a CAN tool head? It is a USB tool head. These have to come all the way out because of the way that fits in there. It's gonna go there and there. That one's too short. Let's do this one. Where do you mount the USB adapter board for the Nighthawk? Right here. Which preferred now, CAN or USB? I was thinking of switching to CAN. Either one. I've had luck with both. So it's going to go there. Here, which means something. I only have to cut a little bit off of this. I need two, no, three. Three? Yeah. Okay, there's that. Then we need a two. Is this long enough? New one. It's neutral. I think I might need to make one. Where did it come from? Huh. Surprised I don't have one. Wire. Oh. AC wire. Hey Bob, are you still around? There we go. Are you still around, Bob? And what was I using for these? Little ones. Yes, you are. Check it out. It worked. It worked great. I was talking to Bob. This is the foot I modeled. It's a little adapter for 40/40 extrusion to thread in foot for my printer shelf over here. And I decided to try the little feet adapters, and this is PPA, the PPA CF filament. And I didn't want to trust over time the threads directly into the plastic, so I ordered these wood inserts and took the picture of the listing and determined it was a 12.5 millimeter outer thread by 2.5 millimeter pitch, and modeled in a the threads in the plastic. And I did not model it with any clearance. I didn't model it with any clearance, but it threads in. It takes some force, but it threads in well. The PPA CF, I found when I raised the temperature, Neil, because I tried a print, when I raised the temperature, I got lots of stringing. So I put it back to my 325 for all these prints. At 340, I think I tried 340, and it just strung like mad. Okay, I need to make one of these, which means I need a, over here, yes. These guys. I'm getting string it, but I use a 0.6 nozzle and a Dragon ultra high flow. I had to up my retraction as I don't want to lower the temp. Yeah, I could try things like that, like lowering the retraction. Which hot end to use? Well, for these prints, I have a Dragon Ace with a PT1000. I do, on one of the printers I'm working on right now, I have a Revo high temp. Missed the bed. Sirayatech do rebound. Rebound 55A. Their rebound, are you talking, the Sirayatech rebound stuff isn't 55A. I have some. I printed a couple of balls with it. It's cool stuff. I printed some drone shark fin things for a friend with it. Control. I have to take the screw completely out of these because it's shaped to fit right in there, but it won't go in from the side. I'm looking at it and it says 55A. Oh, then I'm misremembering, Keith. I thought it was I'm misremembering then. Do I have it around here? PIBA. Maybe it's different stuff then. Maybe it's different stuff. This is what I was thinking when you said that. The Flex PIBA is 95A. Rebound, is it a different rebound? Oh, resin. Sorry, you said resin. You said resin, I missed that. You said resin. I have, where is it? Ah. Yeah, that stuff. That stuff. I haven't tried it yet, but I bought it because I thought it would be fun to try. Let's see. Lift that guy. That down. And into there. And look at that. It runs right along with it. I lucked out on that. Let's see if this one, that one's not long enough either. Almost is. But it needs to be probably barely an inch longer than this one. Okay. Yeah. So where's that wire? All right, looking through my wire over here. And then it only needed to be about that much longer. Used Ambrosia ASA CF, got some to try out and saw lots of mixed reviews. I don't know that I've done much of their ASA CF. Their PCCF, and printed all of my Cascade with it. Oh, you can tell. Bigger screen. Easier to see. Hey, Raj. You want 5% CF or GF and ABS ASA for it to have generally good properties. 5%? Is that one of those, if you go more, then you're getting diminishing returns or negative returns, or what? Okay, that is pretty good. Pretty pleased with that. It's up a little bit. More, it really hits impact and layer adhesion. That's what I kind of figured. That's where I figured that was going. Really, the biggest benefit to the filled filaments in ABS and ASA, at least, is just the dimensional stability, and it's easy to make them look good too. Just lining up wires, making them look a little neater. No, it's a bundle instead of a bunch of haywire. Is the live wire going to the SSR done? It is not. It has not. It is not done. So on these wires, over to the SSR, load. These are not. I'll have to run a new. Make a new. Trying to print thin walls in a hot chamber. Some fibers really helps hold the part in shape while printing. That makes sense. Let's do a new wire for that. I have more. That one ought to work just barely. Bigger terminal. Okay, so this is the load. I think that's going to need to just be the full length here. So now this is going to go around here. Tight, tight, tight. Under. And two. There. Oh. Okay, and then I have one that's going to go out to the way goes under the bed. Black wire. How am I out of HC wires that I've stripped? Okay, well, we'll strip another one. Oh, that's a short wire. I don't like doing the short ones. Yep, that one will do. This thing works well for this as well. Just pulls right off. You can either do this in stages, or you can pull on the wire to split it. And really what I could do is just did one there, there, here, and come here. Just do this in stages is probably easy. Hey Phil, welcome. Okay. Should be able to just pull it in sections. all that powder. April's home. Little sections makes this, I mean, it's worth doing in small sections, just it's so much easier to pull. It's a powdered lubricant. Yep. There we go. Get a little bit of water. Okay, now I've got all the wire I could use. Do a quick wiping the extra off. Okay, now, I needed black. I'll need white as well. Probably need all of them. But we're doing the live wire right now. So this is going to go from here through the hole and to here. So if that does that into there, it's longer than I need, but it'll be fine. Something somebody a while back told me works really neat is you crimp these things. If you heat them up, they restore, the crimp, or the insulator restores. Isn't that cool? We're in a very tight spot here. Well, I didn't do it on all of them. I just kind of remembered that. So, it would be perfectionist if I went around and did them all. No shame if next stream you see that they've all been done, right? No comments. I don't want to hear anything. Next stream you see they've all been done, because I just remembered and realized I could do that. I cut those insulators off around glued heat shrink instead. I've seen too many of those plastic insulators be the reason crimps fail over the years. Why would the crimp fail? You cut it off before you do the crimp, I take it then? There we go. Okay, so that goes there. And then we need a neutral wire to go straight to the, from neutral to the, long. Plastic isn't particularly UV stable. To replace it or covering it is common in some countries. Okay. We have completely filled up the way it goes. Oh, come on. There you are. There. Okay, all of those are populated. We've got our wires coming down to the bed. Plenty of length there. A lot of time it's been those insulators being the culprit. Okay. Make it harder to properly squash the wire. I can see that. I can see that. But then it changes the crimper you're going to use, right? Because the jaw is not going to be able to, isn't going to fit the same. Messy, messy. Okay, so AC wiring is done. That means this little guy. Just make sure all these are tight. So live, neutral, ground, protected earth. It is a Pi 5. Yep. It is a Pi 5. We are trying that. We're going to be running Calico on this printer. Heard some of the features. I'll have to figure out which, and we can talk about them. But they can take advantage of the additional horsepower. Okay, DC power. DC power. So we have the USB board powered. We will need the shortest USB cable I can find. Find a really short one. Got a new setup. Aha. My USB cable box is a little ridiculous. Much more optimized since I was homing. Oh, Calico. I'm just going to do a quick look in here, see if I see anything particularly interesting for short cable for that. If I don't see something here quickly, I'll look. Do a deeper dive later. It's not super short. Thought I had. This will work. Nope, that's the wrong way. That's the wrong way. I had some super short USB-Cs. No, one, the Raspberry Pi needs to have a, this one's really short. So work. Oh. Can you not use UART for communication to the Leviathan? You can. And UART in this case would be perfectly fine. The considerations on whether you use UART, which can communicate over these cables here. And I'm not doing that here, but if you wanted to use the CAN port on the Leviathan, you can't do USB to CAN bridge mode through UART. So you would need to connect via USB. This is not the cable I want to go with long term. It's still too long. So I'm not even going to put it on. I'm going to find something different. I'm going to find something different. Yeah. It just has to go from here to there. That, the 2 inches. Aha. What is this? HB. What's HB? What's HB? I don't know. That looks like 20 or stepper voltage to me. That looks like stepper voltage to me. Heat bed? Must have been. Must have been. Good call. You red ferrules. Heat bed. I was just testing. I mean, it's obvious. It's just a test, you passed. You run a ground wire for the bed. No, that's the last spot there. I didn't fill it up. I told you we weren't done yet. I didn't fill it up. Let me do these. And we'll get rid of the HB labeling. Okay. So this is gonna go here. Sharpie plus, always mark these. There we go. This is the way this is gonna go. Let's go there. That, so that's that power, and then we need very short jumper over here into the board power. Anything, I guess these will do. Use these for, oh no, these will go from here to here. So let's see what I have for other wires. Way thicker wire. I'll go there for that. Yeah, I'll run this over here. That to there, about that much. It's just pretty heavy gauge is all. Oscar is out. That one. Nah, I'll do it off printer. Probably a better idea to do it off printer. Where's the other screwdriver? So, wrap around there, come down, and drop it into there. Now these are, oh, they fit. Never mind. Thought they might be a little too small, but they fit fine. Nearly 5 hours? It is nearly 5 hours. But wiring takes forever, and I always underestimate how much time it's going to take. And we need to get the build going, get progress. Okay, so that's going there. I'm just gonna go into the inside here, right next to each other. Make sure that's all the way in there. There we go. There, now that can bend down. That way, this can come under. I guess we'll go there and there. Okay, now the last DC wiring we have to do is to the main board here. Got a couple of wires here that'll work just fine. I need, yeah, more, nope, one here. One black and two red. Oh. So this one goes in here. Those loose now. I'm just going to basically go straight down, up, and into there. So that's a little long, but it'll tuck out of the way. go. Overhead. Oops, backwards. Backwards. Why didn't you guys tell me? You didn't catch my mistake. I colored it red for you and everything. Flip it over, we'll get the bed all wired up, and then we'll call it for the day. Did I grab one red and two blacks? I meant one black and two reds. Okay. There we go. AC and DC wiring on this side done. We need to run a ground. Go. Okay. Let's flip this over. Anything down here gonna fall out? These down. It's all good. Where's my little clear cover here? Oh, I took it off because I was gonna do that. Here we go. I guess that's a good view. All of these are going to come in from here. Guess I'll go protective earth on the end. Just a little bit. That'll go there. And then these want them all to be about the same length. I can tie them together. barely. Okay. Anybody else tired? Okay, so I want those kind of go over to the side, something like that. Looks pretty good. It's been since 5 a.m. Been up since 5 a.m. Oh. Oh. Okay. So that is all of the AC wiring and DC wiring done. So off stream, the other thing I did is I did cut all these to about the same length. Ferrules on the end. So all of this will plug in right here. We won't do that right now because we need to clean up this stuff, but that'll go on there with these flipped around to here. That'll work out pretty well, I think. All of this stuff is done. Yeah. Oh, I sidetracked chat with a comment about using an IR cam to verify crimps. That's okay. I'm at this point here where it's just crimping and stripping and cutting and fitting and making a general mess of the workbench, which means we are making progress, right? So we have that. The last thing, so we have a partial day of wiring next stream, which is clean up the fan wires, run them back to the controller, and really, what I could, we'll do it next stream. All the Z steppers, there's only this stepper that I need to change the length of the wire for. The rest of them kind of lay in place and are in the right spots. But the only thing we have to hook up under here now is a USB cable here, the control for the SSR, the bed thermistor, a couple of fans, and the steppers. Almost done with wiring. Hey, Ram Online. See you in a while. How are you doing? I was hoping at some point, well, next stream we'll get the display on. So, display goes in here, and then that little ribbon cable will go from here, basically right there, and just barely make it into the. This wouldn't be long enough if it was a Pi 4. It had to go up back here. But, yeah. Sweet. I'm gonna try to be ready for member stream this weekend, this coming Saturday. If too much adds up, then I'll push it off to the next Saturday. This is a Leviathan RAM Online. It's an LDO controller board they're including in kits and sale on its own. Go right there, I think, or we'll shift this around. So, Getting it all in there with an octopus is a tight fit. Well, I had it in here with a M8P, which has a compute module on it. So similar deal. But, oh, and instead of this, I had a CAN to USB adapter, or USB to CAN adapter. So with that, thank you everyone. Thank you LDO for Colony Collector giveaway, Polymaker for the filament giveaway. Thanks everyone that hung out for over 5 hours today. Thanks for the gifted memberships. We will be back on this next weekend. We probably have, I'm gonna say three streams left in this at least. That's good. We need some more time to prep for the next builds, Mad Max and Stealth Changer and that. So hope you all have a good week. Hope I don't actually get selected for jury duty tomorrow, but I'm there to do my duty if I need to. So take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.